got your shiny Rayquaza in Scarlet Violet? No, I have not. It's okay. It's fine. I haven't played like the actual Pokemon game in so long. It's fine. But I've been really obsessed with like Pokemon TCG though. Like card game. It's been really fun, addicting. I was opening some packs like earlier, not earlier today, but like the other day. I got a shiny Pidgeot. I caught one last night. That's great! Congrats, Chaos! Nice, nice. Oh god, today has been a good productive day. Yes. Also, how was your day, Chaos? How was your day? So I'm having like some mic issues. For some reason, my mic is like making a buzzy noise. And I'm like trying to fix that. Like the entire like hour. That's why I'm like 30 minutes late, but it's okay. I somewhat fixed it. You know, my noise gate is like a little bit higher than usual. But it's fine. Yeah. I'm not hearing any buzzing. Yeah, I fixed it a little bit. It's like very low now. But earlier it used to be like super loud, like louder than the game. I fixed it a little bit. I can still hear it. I feel like I could hear it like if I look back at the VOD, but it's fine. The music like overpowers it. But it's okay. also I fixed the aiming. Okay, I figured out why my controller wasn't connecting. So, yep. Turns out, like, I had to go all the way to my computer system, and there's like a duplicate. So there's two controller listed, and like Steam prioritized the other one rather than my main controller. So I had to like disable one of them. Yep, for it to work. Wireless? No, wired. I'm using wired. Yeah. I don't know why there's two though. There's two listed. I only have one controller. It's okay. I fixed it, so now I can use controller. I don't know about keyboard yet, so it's like, yep. We will see. Alright. So I recently just woke up. I woke up like 4 hours ago. Like, what did I do? I ate food. I cleaned. That's all I did. And I'm streaming. I finished watching Soul Land. Really? How was it? How was the ending? Like you finished the entire thing? Now I just need to watch number 2? Oh. It was good? Oh. Nice. Oh my god. Oh, welcome in. Unique 111. Welcome. How are you? What's up, dude? What's up? How are you? How is streaming? Streaming is good. I just started actually like 5 minutes ago. Yeah. My day has been really good. How was your day? Oh, good. And you? My day was good again. I'm gonna be playing Dead Space for the first time. Very first time. Yeah, I have seen Soul Land before. I just wanted to rewatch it since they dropped the sequel. Oh, nice! Nice! Damn. I really want to watch some like some new animes. Recently, I've been looking at like old anime. I've been thinking of like rewatching Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood again. It's my favorite. Like I wanna feel the nostalgic again. I don't know. It's amazing. Merry Christmas is the best. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. Oh my god. Damn. Oh my god, it's almost Christmas. It's almost the end of the year. Oh my god. Damn. I don't know what I'm gonna do for Christmas. Oh yeah, I do. I'm gonna be playing games with some friends, I think, for sure. Yes. Yep. Soul Land is like a Chinese CGI show. Not for everyone, but I like it. Ah, I see. I see. I see. I think the only like Chinese like anime quote unquote that I've seen was what's that one anime? It's called Link something. Is it called Link Click? Click Click Link? It's Link something. It's like the detective like mystery show. Yeah. When did you start streaming on Twitch? When? Like when did I first start streaming? Like 2 years ago. But I just started my stream today. I just started like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. What's your name? My name is Shinobi with 2 eyes underscore. Or you just call me Shen. Either one is fine. Yeah. Wow, long time. Yeah, I know. It's been a long time. I don't really stream that much though. Yeah. Yeah, usually I do Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. Or like whenever I feel like it. Yeah. I'm not like a full-fledged like streamer though. I'm streaming for fun. So what are your challenges facing on streaming? Oh yeah, these are such tough questions to answer. My challenges facing streaming. I actually don't know. I don't think I have any challenges. I stream for fun. That's about it. I don't really have like a set goal on like what I want to do for streaming though. I kind of just stream because I want to play games. Yeah. Yep, that is my goal. Play video games. You know, procrastinate on my work. That is the truth. She streams because she likes us bullying her. Hey. She just hates us throwing money at her. Cause I don't need money, alright? I don't need money, alright? Like I didn't start streaming to make money, you know. I started streaming to like play video games. To like have fun, you know, and like, you know, build my identity online. You know, yes. I really love the way you guys respect me and your mod. Oh, thank you. You're being so nice. You're really nice. Usually we don't really get like nice people here. That's really nice. Also, thank you for the 4 months. And Bichan? Is that MP Oppa? I smell. Welcome. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. Yeah, good to have people around. Yeah, exactly, right? Also, thank you for the follow. Unique. Thank you. Welcome in. I do have a Discord server if you want to join Discord. Everybody's very friendly in there. Yeah. Yep. Has it only been 4 months? It feels like 4 years. Yeah, it has only been 4 months. Crazy, right? Oh my god. It feels like I've known you forever. Jesus Christ. My friend Papa Unique. Have a good day. Have a good night. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for dropping in by. I hope you have a good day. Have a good night. Drink lots of water. Thank you. Take care. Dark Chaos has been following Shinobi with 2 eyes underscore for 1 year, 2 months. I did not know that. Yes. Thank you for telling me. Thank you. I didn't know that. How did you know that? Oh my god. Wait, this entire time I've been doing it like manually. You know? Goodness gracious. I did so much work for nothing. lovely day. Thank you. Honestly, this is the second time you've been told this on stream. No, wait, the first time was like exporting from one channel to another, right? I didn't know you could do it from like Twitch to like YouTube. Yeah, last time I learned it was like from another YouTube channel to another YouTube channel. You know? Yes. Oh my god! Oh my god! Is that Rebel Wolf? Oh my god! You rated me! Oh my god, Rebel Wolf! Oh my god! Is that my favorite streamer, Rebel Wolf? How was your stream? How was the TCG? Holy shit, that's so loud. Yeah, how was your TCG shop game? I was watching you for like a long time while I was cleaning. Legit, me, you, and one other person? Yeah, I saw! It was fun? Nice. You did like a 5-hour stream. I'm surprised. Usually you go for like 10 hours. Yep. Oh my god, this is the first time I've gotten raided by Rebel Wolf. And how long have we known each other, Rebel Wolf? 2 years? Damn. Now I'm 20 now, can't do that anyway? Ah. I see. Age gets to you. I feel it. I feel it too. Rebel Wolf has been following Shinobi with 2eyes_ for 2 years, 2 months, 23 days, and 2 hours. Sheesh! Oh my god! 2 years, 2 months, 23 days, 2 hours. Damn, I've been streaming for 2 years, 2 months, 23 days, and 2 hours. Yeah, guys, I used to stream at like 7 p.m. Super early, right? But that would be like on a school night though, because it would be like 7 p.m. till like midnight, and then I would like go to sleep right after, and then wake up to school in the morning. Oh shit! When you get a chance, you should check out Towers of Aghasba. What is that? I'm assuming it's a game, right? Yeah. Yesterday, I was talking to Cheese, and Cheese was talking about I forgot what game. He was talking about this horror game. Right. Okay, I fixed my controller, so I'm gonna be playing with controller now. New game. So why couldn't you run? I don't know. Something wrong with my keyboard or something. I don't know. And then my controller wasn't working, and then I was doing some research, and I found out that I have like 2 controllers registered into my PC. Yeah, my PC was reading 2 controllers, and then it was prioritizing like the other controller than the one I was using. So I had to like disable the other one for the one I was using for it to work.
I wish I could talk to
Yes.
you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about
To be honest, I only ended my stream because you came live. Really? Wolf! You should have kept streaming, so I could have like raid you. You should have let me raid you. Oh no. I'm not gonna miss another stream. Oh, you're being too nice. You're being too nice. You're being too nice.
Summer is not a job you turn down, but 6 months apart with only vid calls, it's rough. Easy to say the wrong thing.
Oh right.
I don't blame you. I'd listen to my girlfriend over Hammond reciting security protocols.
Hammond reciting. Hammond?
So you keep saying.
Here we go.
Also, guys, I got tea today. like actual tea. And I thought it was sweet, but then I looked at it again. It was unsweetened tea. So now I gotta drink like bitter water
An
for
independent
like
miner. That's paradise.
the next
Aegis
couple
7 is one of the
hours.
richest mines in CZ history. Prospect team set for life. Now where is she?
Fair.
Like it's not even flavored too. It's just like regular green tea. Bitter water.
Biggest planet cracker in her
A
class.
few years ago when I was like 16, 17, my
Looks like they
bro
already popped the
paid me to stream
Why is it so
Dead
dark?
Space. Really? Did you?
To see your running lights.
I bet you did it, huh?
Just be careful.
You
of me.
did?
I'm not taking any
You
chances
did?
with CEC's pride and joy.
No
Before
chance
they
of
dropped the
that.
remaster?
Is that why you were digging into
Ah.
my personnel files before we left?
You track your file access?
Wait, is the one I'm playing the remaster one?
I ran standard
It is,
CEC
right?
background checks, Miss Daniels. If you want to work in the big
The
leagues,
graphics
you have
look
to play ball.
too good.
Sorry.
I think there are still clips on my channel. Ah. I'm gonna go look at it later. After stream. Ooh. Yeah, that's why it was like $50, $60. Ah, I see. I see.
You ever hear of a full communications blackout on one of these things?
Never. Come on.
Someone pick up.
the damn phone.
Okay. Oh, welcome in, Riz. Welcome. Absolutely nothing is going to go wrong. Exactly. I'm gonna ace this, guys. I am gonna ace this.
Time to catch up
So,
with
welcome in. How was your day, Riz? How was your day?
Johnson, take us in.
How have you been?
Gravity tethers engaged.
Everything's gonna be fine? Yeah, everything's gonna be fine. I got this, guys. I'm a goat. I'm the goat. The goat. DEEGOAT.
System override isn't responding.
Spoiler alert, you're maidenless. Thanks, guys. Is the volume too loud? Let me know if the volume is too loud for you guys. So I can lower it. She's a goat. Hey, I'm pretty sure me being a goat would give me more girls than me being a human. You just gotta be like me.
Broken.
I see.
But better than a broken.
29 finally pulled someone.
Always read the manual. Congrats.
Guidance system's a death.
You know, it's never too late, you know? It's never too late.
What's our damage?
Comps are down. We lost a port booster. Got a fire in one of the stabilizers and
Oh.
singularity core's a mess. Could be worse, but not by much.
Then let's get some help.
Okay.
Johnston, stay with the Kellyans. We'll send a medic. Everyone else?
I've been in too many relationships and stopped caring. Yeah, Chaos was the Rizzler. Chaos the Rizzler. Chapter 1, new arrivals. Okay. Follow this dude.
Crap, you came down hard.
Not a great start to our repair mission.
Pulse rifles?
Standard procedure, Miss Daniels.
All
We'll
right.
register them in the flight lounge.
I'm happy dying alone. Aww. You know, same here. I feel like as long as I have my dog with me,
Johnson might disagree. But
I'll be fine.
Especially
The moment my dogs are gone, it's gonna be the end of the world for me.
no.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I've been single for 6 years now.
At least we
Damn.
didn't take out the sun.
Must be nice, Chaos. Are you enjoying it? Lots of freedom, you know? Where are you going?
May as well get signed in.
Hammond. Immigration? I am. I get to spend my money on what I want. Exactly! Oh, is he scanning me?
To the USG Ishimura.
Ishimura. Must be nice, no interruption. Yeah, exactly. No distractions. Nothing to, you know, no one to yell in your ears.
I can't reach security.
Same for the chief engineer. What is
Okay.
wrong with their comms?
Go in. How do I grab? A? Is that it? Drive station.
Someone left in a hurry.
This low-key like makes me want to play like
Where's the security
Cyberpunk.
detail? Where's anybody?
There's nothing logged. No duty roster. No power to the elevator.
Yeah, half my money is now gone just by being in a relationship.
Security console.
Oof.
Isaac, get it.
That's
down.
tough.
I'm done playing around.
I'm going. Okay.
Something on the floor here. Seth?
Isaac, I need that damage report.
Damage report. I went over here, right?
Oh God, that smell.
What have you got, Isaac?
Shit. It's not just comms or the guidance system.
That's
Have
the
to be submerged in
Ishimuras.
red. Engines, hull, the trams.
Well, I wasn't going through half my money, but I was expecting to spend for her when we went out. Really? That's crazy, Chaos. I feel like in a relationship, if I'm ever in a relationship, it has to be like 50-50.
Another malfunction?
50-50.
The quarantine systems are all fine.
I would rather have it like 50-50 or I be the sugar mama, you know? Like I hate it when people spend money on me.
Elevator's running.
You know?
There's something in here with us.
Ooh! Yo, those bullets are doing nothing. I think it depends on what it is. Ah. Let me out! Let me out! How am I supposed to run? Oh. I'm running now! Okay. I'm running! Okay. Wait. Jesus Christ! Unpopular opinion, whoever idea it is on the date is the one who pays the bills. Ah, you know, that is a good idea. That is a good opinion. Can I break this? How do I punch? Get to safety? Oh wait, I went over here, right? Okay. Oof. Can I break this? Plasma energy? Okay. Come out! Like, I'm aiming now, guys. Oh, wait, I have to open it. He did. X to reload. How do I reload? Oh. 10 bullets. Okay. Okay, am I supposed to go over here? I think I went over here last time. Okay. That's a great idea. Oh well, woman, they they won't listen. No hard feelings yet. It's okay. It's okay. You are entitled to your own opinions, you know? There's no judgment here, kind of. We don't judge here. We do a little bit, but you know.
You made it.
Just, they're everywhere.
Okay.
Is he,
He's gone. Nothing.
This was the part where I got stuck at because I couldn't aim.
the ones I saw, some of them were wearing a Shimura uniform.
They're the crew? How the
Here
hell
we
can they be
go.
the crew? Look at them.
I found a clip from 3 years ago.
There's 1,000
I sound like a
people
little
out.
kid.
Someone will be there.
Oh
We
my
can't.
god.
Command system's wrecked.
You guys know I
Everything's locked
sound
down
like a
because
little
of
kid.
quarantine.
I went to the store earlier today, like in the morning, and like the register lady, the lady at the register was like, "Are you 18?"
There's a broken tram car blocking the tunnel.
And I was like,
It's burned out.
yeah.
I can't lift
And
the
then
car
I
down
just
without
like
the
grabbed my
tram
stuff and left. I didn't know what to do, guys. Like, who asked that? You know,
Just make sure
like,
there's power to the repair systems.
what am I supposed to do?
I'm sure Nicole's okay. She's a doctor, right? She'll do this
Oh
one thing.
my goodness.
Yeah, she always does.
Always shoot the legs first. Yeah, somebody
Find
told me,
somewhere safe. I'll be back soon.
shoot the limbs. You know, shoot the limbs. Okay. Oh, did this? How do I look at? What button is that? Is it not this button? What is mine? Okay. Show on map. Where am I? Where am I though? Replace the damaged tram. Okay. Let's go this way first. Never mind. We go this way first. Shoot the limbs. Yeah, I got it. You are the height of a little kid. You know, I am. I am the height of a little kid. I've never been happier to handicap someone. Okay. Got it. Foot stomp. Courses may draw additional item after being stomped. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. Okay. I see. Plasma energy. Maintenance bay. Okay. The side is open. I mean, I too would mistake you as a 10-year-old. Thanks. Oh, so I have to save? Oh, so this is basically like the typewriter, right? In like RE in Resident Evil. Okay. I see. You ready? Okay. This game has a lot of mini jump scares. Okay. Proud for 11 gold material. Thank you. If you stomp the carcass enough, Isaac would say some line like "fuck you." Actually. Oh my god. Okay.
Did that even kill them? Or did they just stop moving?
Foot stomp. Okay. Is it better to stomp like the crates? Can I hit him like this? To save ammo. Don't hit me! What's the other one? Get away from me! Hold on. Are you dead? Holy shit! I didn't know that was gonna explode. Okay. Nice! Guys, nice! Oh my god, Isaac is a beast. Oh, by the way, the glowing line on your back is HP. Ah, okay, okay. Wait, how do I heal? Do I have heals? Like this? Okay. What if I take another one? Okay. Where are you? Oh, come at me! Come at me! Come on. Nice! Wait, this is kind of easy, no? Are you using Xbox or PS controller? PS. PlayStation 5 controller. Hey, can I go here? No? No? Okay, you start at the beginning? Is it? Okay, so I shouldn't get my hopes up so soon? Okay. BD Stim? What is BD Stim? On Xbox, you can heal with B or Y, I think. I'm just saying PlayStation. Yeah. It's gonna be fun seeing the Juggernaut or Regenerator. What? You're scaring me a little bit. Wait, is this just a circle? What's the point of me going here then? Oh, this? Wait, no, this is nothing. This is just loot. Oh. Okay. Ah, that door is locked. This door is locked. No power? No power. How do I get power? DB is the buff on Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor? I have no knowledge of that. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to go here yet, right? Wait, can I open this? Shen will love the stalkers. Would I? Okay. With it feeds into a cake. Oh my goodness. Press the left stick in. Ah, forgot about this. Okay. Okay. Wait, am I going the right way? Square is quick heal, by the way. Is it? Square is my reload. It's okay, I'll figure it out soon. It's fine. Oh shit. Can you give me loot? No?
They ask you how you are, you just
Can I go here?
fine. When you're not
Want
really
me fire?
wrong, you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
What is this? Okay. Circle maybe? Yeah, it might be circle. Okay, once I lose health, I'll figure it out. I'll just press random buttons. Okay, hold aim. What's your stasis? That? Oh shit! Okay. Telekinesis powers. Okay. Stasis. Recharge the stasis module at the recharge station or by using stasis. Oh, packs in the inventory. Okay. You can also stun enemies. Okay. Press every button, random bullshit go. Exactly. Oh. What's that? Okay. Okay, this is gonna be a lot of those scares. Okay, that wasn't even that scary, okay? That was not even that scary. She also hasn't got kinesis yet, so no stab yet? I get to stab people? Okay. Plasma energy. Audio log.
Message retrieved.
Benson to engineering. You got a stasis module handy? We need one in tram maintenance stat. The autoloader.
So Michelle, you was talking and then you just went silent? Because I was trying to listen, okay? I was trying to listen in case there was like a monster that's gonna like chase me or something. Okay, I wasn't scared, okay?
Hearing things.
I was, you know, sensing my environment. Claw disengaged. The claw. Okay. Is this good? I need 2 claws? Unit 4000. Okay. Open shutters to repair tram.
Repair systems online.
Okay. You're reacting is on live? Is live con 4K? Okay. I was surprised, okay? Surprised and scared is 2 different things, okay? You know? Okay. Activate. Give me loot. Okay. Is that it? I want to watch Shen play Fallout 3. Fallout 3? I haven't even played the first couple Fallouts. I seen the show though. The Fallout show. I didn't really get it, but it was good, you know? Because 3 is the best. Is 3 the best? Okay, where'd I go? Not here? Back here? Manually attach claws to initiate repairs. Manually attach. How do I manually attach them? Here? Come at me! Don't fit! Woo! Run! Oh my god. Stop him! Stop! Okay. 2 claws. You know, normally people say New Vegas is what? New Vegas? I just want to see Shane get messed up by Death Claws. By Death Claws. Hey, what do I do now? Did I not attach it? I did, right? That one is attached. Did I do this one again? Okay.
Right loader claw disengaged.
I
any luck moving that tram car?
The autoloader's busted. Let's
Oh
face
shit,
it,
you tried to shoot without your...
Just gotta time it.
Great.
Wait, what? You tried to shoot without aiming? It's like a pistol whip? Ah, okay. Shit, move your left thumbstick, please. My left, this? My left thumbstick is moving. I am moving it. Okay. What did the lady say? Wait, what did she say? I was not paying attention. She said something?
Right loader claw disengaged.
Ah, okay.
Right loader claw disengaged.
Can I go back? Go back. Okay. Am I doing this right? Stay! No?
Right loader claw disengaged.
How do I... How do I make it stay? I'm doing it right though, right? Okay, you're waiting way too long for stasis. Like that? Okay.
Replacing
I got it, guys. I got it. Come on.
NANI?!
Where's the other guy? Woo! Okay. NANI?! Okay, this door is locked. Woo! Stop! I'm shooting your legs! Okay.
We got it. The tram is jamming the whole system.
That's one down. You said a data board was fried too?
Inventory says there's a spare board in the maintenance bay. We can't run the trams without it.
Bay. Okay. Where's the safe? Show yourself! Oh, don't top of me. Okay, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub.
No kissing.
Thank you, Yue, for the 8 months. Thank you. So welcome, Yue. Thank you for the shout out. You're welcome. How are you? Okay, where did I go now? Over here? Oh my god, that is Zug playing League. Oh shit.
How do I finish him off?
Go. Oh my goodness. Our league. Wait, come here. I see you like. How are you, Yue? How is school? Oh my god! He held 2 at me. How do I heal? Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Got it. Oh, I'm going insane. You're going insane? Oh no! You're going insane? Crazy? I was crazy once. Lock me in a room. A rubber room. Find the data board. Alright. Should I go back really quick? Really quick? Like back here? Back here? What do you want me to do here? Opposite of the sliding door? The sliding door? There's like 2 sliding doors. This door? The crazy door? Oh, this door? Wait. The baby? Fuck it. This guy? I slept at 8 AM to wake up at 2 to work again. Oh no, Yui! We need to league one more time. 1v1 league. Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I like played League. Oh, did you already grab it? Oh no, it's there on the wall. Wait, this? Oh no, I don't have any more. Wait, how do I charge it? This? How do I charge my plasma? Not my plasma. My stasis thingy. Nice. The circle thing on the wall? Oh, this? Oh! Oh, okay. Oh, is that it? Okay. Is that what you're trying to show me? Okay. I got it. Yeah, I see it. The little circle on my shoulder. Oh, on my back. I got it. Okay. Find the data board. Where are you? Okay, we go here. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you. And we go here. Let's save one more time. Alright, thank you for the hip hats. It should be clear, right? Nothing's gonna attack me. Okay. How do I charge it? Red. Oh. That's the data board, right? No? Oh, wait, I didn't go down here. Okay. Alright, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I'm drinking unsweetened green tea. Unflavored too. It's just green tea. Ugh. It does not taste good. Does not taste good at all. Oh, is it elevator? Ew, yeah, it's very ew. But like, I didn't want to waste it, so I'm trying to finish it. Okay. Wasted? No! It's a waste of money, okay? Okay, anything else? No? Wasted or get wasted? Are you alive? Oh god! Oh god! Wait, are these guys all alive? Give me items! No? Oh well. Okay. Oh god. Run! Run! Oh shit, I can't run while aiming. god. Okay. Run, Isaac, run! Why'd you aim at his ass? Because it was like, it was right there. At least in this game, you don't have to worry too much about running out of ammo. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty stacked, right? Is it only one gun though? Is it only one gun? Wait, I have to go back? Fuck. Another silver gun? Ah, okay. Miniguns. Uh-huh, Sussy Shen. you can't spell Shen without... Oh, Sussy. Haha. Haha. Okay. Guess I just make a run for it, right? Make a run for it. Wait. I have to do this again? Turn on this? No? Do I need another one? I'm pretty sure I need to turn on this one, right? Huh. Okay. Mission day 2. Okay, that's a lot of reading. Nothing? Find the data board. I did open the maintenance room. Elevators? I need the elevator to be on, right? Right? For sure, right? Why is it telling me to do this? Turn on the lights? The elevator won't work anymore. But I need the elevator to work. No lights, just elevator and the door. Okay. This should be right, right? Why does it not feel right? Like, it's still telling me to go there. Oh well, okay. I'm just gonna ignore it. Like all of my problems. Okay. This door should be open, right? Come on, you wanna fight me? Come out! Come on. I'm shooting your legs! Oh god. Oh shit! There's a guy behind me! Give me items! Damn, is this what it feels like to get stepped on, guys? Oh yeah, they swarm you sometimes? Ah!
Isaac, we can't stay here much longer. Hearing a lot of movement.
Hold on. I got the data board. I'm coming back to tram control now.
Daniel, get ready to go.
Okay, got the data board. Poker night? Okay. Bench. Upgrade your equipment? Yes, upgrade. Upgrade weapons and rig using the bench. Okay. To suit plasma color. Should I upgrade my gun? I have 2 nodes. Can I even upgrade? Damage, capacity, reload, damage. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Anything else I need to grab here? Credits. What is this? Trash bag? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Is that the only guy? Run! Ignore him! Run! Go! Ignore him! Go! 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 Run! Okay. Nice! Nice! Okay. Who's the other guy? Where are you? Show yourself! Come on. Wait. I can heal, right? Oh no, wait. I can save, right? I feel like he's like breathing in my ear. Data board?
Data board reinstalled. System restart complete.
You come across some locked doors that will need one every now and then? Okay. I see. Call the tram.
Maintenance complete. Calling tram.
It's clear.
That's it? It's clear?
Now arriving at flight deck tram control.
There's people in there. Oh my god.
Something hit the roof, but it seems operational.
Quarantine lockdown was lifted, so you can get to the hangar. Comms are still down though, so be ready for anything.
What's the plan?
You and Johnston fix up the Kellyan. We report to the bridge. Standard emergency protocol.
Wait, I can save here.
Simon, people are dying here.
And I'm not losing anyone else. We stick to procedure. We'll get through this.
We'll see.
Daniels. Damn, Daniel! That guy again was the white vans. Kellyan. Kellyan. All the way, return to Kellyan. All the way back. Wanna get attacked here? Which way? Are you dead end? Elevator? An EP? gonna go sleep now. I gotta watch football and stream tonight, so see ya. Good night, Whipplewolf. Good night, good night. Rest well. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by. Oh, he's not attacking me. Am I supposed to shoot him? Oh. Okay, I'll keep everything unlocked just for you. Aw, thank you, thank you.
There's no survivors. Daniels is trying to get into the command computer.
Command computer. Alright. Yeah, just follow the marker. Most of the time it will point you where you need to go. I see, I see. Bro, look at his ass. Wow, he runs. Wait, is there anything here I can grab? No? Nothing? Johnston. What is this? Nothing? Where's the rest of the people? Text log?
Hey, Isaac. Let's go with a hand here.
What have you got on you? Is that blood?
Haley, I need you to listen.
Haley?
The Ishimura's overrun with... they're fucking monsters. You didn't hear anything?
What? No, the comms are still out. Isaac.
We need the Killian fixed now. Got a damage report?
A damage report? Why does she look... Is she injured? She looks like she's limping. WTF?
This ain't wired in court. Go!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Is she dead? No way she dies like that! What the heck? This is so unfortunate. Woo! Oh my god, he has no legs! What did I shoot? Did you shoot his arm? He has no legs!
Isaac, what's happening down there?
Johnson's gone.
I would think she's dead. Yeah, I mean after that, the plane is the ship is down.
Killian was our only way home. We're trapped.
No. I'm not losing two good people for nothing. What about the command computer?
It's a brick. All the primary systems are locked down with the captain's codes.
So we find Captain Matthias, track his rig.
Captain Matthias.
Okay, here. Captain Benjamin Matthias. Location medical.
Matthias.
Status deceased.
Even the captain?
Isaac, you're closer to medical. You can double back and cut through maintenance. Find the captain's body and get his rig. With his codes, we...
Find the captain's body,
What was
get
that?
his rig.
Chen?
Okay, Hammond, run!
Go to the medical deck. Medical deck, medical deck. Okay. To the left, to the left. Can I save? Alright. Anything for me to grab? I don't think I grabbed anything here. No? Nothing, nothing. Pastro? Thank you for washing your hands. Imagine having to thank people to wash their hands. That's how you know people don't wash their hands. Okay. Another one here? Is there another one? No? Car can cook. What's this? Fuck this ship. It's a shitty capitalist organization. What does this say? I can't die here. Not yet. Not like this. Eat me. They ate my body. Okay, anything else? Plasma energy. Okay. The deck tram station. Okay. Oh, let me heal myself. Okay. Welcome aboard. Planet Cracker, Starship Ishimura. Are you alive? Can I break this? No? Scan rig to unlock workstation. Okay. For sure, I'm not going down there. On the body, look at the leg. Look at the leg on the body. This one? Oh my god, it's eaten! Damn. He ate, actually. Look at this dude. Oh my god! This is looking kind of fun. And you know, like if you played Dead Island, rude. If you play like Dead Island, right? You get like these like different like melee weapons and stuff. So like if you have like an axe, you can like chop off their like limbs, like the zombies' limbs, and this is so fun. Alright. I beaten the first one? Yeah, it's so fun! Love it. I love zombies, like zombie games. Upgrade your equipment. You saw me a bit of... Yeah, I did! You never finished it! You never finished it. It's okay, I didn't finish it too. I got like really close to the end. And then, for some reason, I just like never finished it. It was all that fun solo? Yeah, I think you need like a group. It's better when you play with people. I played mine with my siblings. It was really fun. Oh. Oh my god. His head looks so like... Okay, anything else? Anything else? Cargo storage. Level 1 required. Dragonfly making the virtual real. Real? Woo! Die! Oh my god! I wouldn't die. Oh my god. Complete chapter 1. This is chapter 1. I would probably do a solo run off stream though. Yeah, that's fine. Not gonna lie, that island 2, it like died really quickly. Like the hype, it was so overhyped. If I'm like being honest, it was so overhyped, and I get the hype, but then like once you finish the game, the hype was just it was just dead. Like it's no different from like the first game. If I'm being honest, it's a different story. Can I move this one? This? Where do I move? That? Oh, hold B. Oh, hold B. Hold B? Oh, okay. How do I move this? Move forward! I can't move it forward. If I can move this back and forth. Okay. Picked up. Okay. What's this? Scan rig. Tram station. Who do the voodoo, bitch? The legendary song, the best song, best opening ever. There's a floating hand. Oh wait, it's not floating. He stabbed her in the heart. Can I take? Oh my god, I'm gonna steal her gun. Let me grab it. So then you had kinesis, you can stabby stab. Is this what kinesis is? This? New weapon has been added to your inventory. To use it, add it to the weapon wheel. How do I add it to the weapon wheel? That? How do I switch weapons? Oh. Can this is how you move the big? Oh! 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 I see. I see. Security station. Oh, let me check over here. I think this is dead body. Once you kill an enemy, you can use kinesis to take the spikes off them and shoot them at another. Oh! I see. Oh. Oh. My god, this is so hard to control. Not gonna lie. This just reminds me of like Star Wars Lego Star Wars. You know, you're using the Force. This one, it reminds me of that. Alright. Real quick, pick one up and hit R2. One up and hit R2. R2. Oh! Okay, I was wondering how you do that. Okay. Oh. Okay, okay. Nah, this is definitely Star Wars. It's like Destiny Star Wars.
No, Medical's a slaughterhouse. They barricaded access to the morgue.
Shut the fuck up with the Destiny bullshit. No, I'm just gonna say on purpose. Because it's funny. It's like a running joke now. Everything is Destiny to me. I'm just gonna compare everything to Destiny.
But I saw him die. If they barricaded the morgue, maybe it was to keep something in.
Ooh, retrieve the captain's rig. Okay, save it. Which way do I go? Destroy the barricade. This barricade? What's this? Purchase, sell, and store items. The store is a one-stop shop to purchase, sell, and store items for later news. Store, inventory, storage. 10,000! Oh my god, inflation. I swear. Plasma energy. Oh my god! 2,000! 1,200? Bro, that's so much. Oh my god. You're taking to upgrade the suit? Just to upgrade the suit? For 5% armor? You gotta be kidding me! What? 18 slots though. How many slots do I have? 12? Oh my god! For 6 more slots and 5% armor? That is so BS. What do you mean? Yeah, 7,500? But like 10k? That's, oh my god, that's a lot. Trust me, it helps later. Okay. Okay. I would love to buy nodes though. To upgrade? Oh, okay. Save money time. Go here. Okay. CEC Imaging Diagnosis Lab. Coolant pipelines. I can't shoot him. Won't let me shoot him. It literally won't let me shoot him. What? Oh my god. Oh my god, Bates Cakes! Welcome in! Yo, shit, good luck and have fun tonight. Can't stay on stream because I don't want to spoil it since I haven't played this game yet. It's okay, it's okay. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you have a good night. Have a good day. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, thank you. Alright, alright. Recharge? Like, just in case. You know, I don't want him coming back to life, you know? Okay. Counseling services. I hear whispers. Me too, I hear whispers. I thought it was just my head, you know? Like, the whispers. They're talking to me again. The voices. They're in my head again. Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, hey, look, a node door. A node door. This? Any power? Or this? What's it? Oh! Can I? Can I move it further in? No? I I can't. There. Okay. If I remember right, the door there needs a node once it gets power. Ah. Fuck! Get out your gun! Get wrecked. Give me items. There's another one. I hear it. I hear dramatic music. No? What I do is this. Power? Are you human? Here, let me help you. No! I was trying to be helpful. Come on. NC. Is that evil? Because I tried to kill him before I actually died. Am I evil for that? Okay, level 2 security. Okay. I have one node. I guess we save it? Okay. Save it, right? What's it say here? Hey, it's okay to be fucked up. Oh, so reassuring, right guys? Okay, I needed someone to tell me that. Please don't tamper with electronics. Okay. Can't go there. Can't go here. Need to turn on the power? Oh wait, I didn't go here yet. Okay. The power is not on yet. I got the wrong way. Find a hydrazine tank. Huh? How do I get? Oh, is that elevator? Wait, how do I turn it on? Cargo lift. I need to turn on the power. Right. Did I forget to grab something here? Need a hint? No, I'll figure it out. Give me like 5 minutes. Okay. This, right? No way is this, right? Oh shit. Bet? Okay. Maybe I gotta shoot something. Shoot something? That goes there. That goes there. Over there. Follow the line, Wait, this? No. That goes there. To there. Okay. This? No? Wait, what does that say? 82, 34, 100? Okay. Huh. Max load. 2600 kilograms? Do not exceed. Am I really that heavy? Oh. The fuck happened to it? I don't know. Am I missing something? Did something disappear? I saw it next to the wall. Next to the wall? Which wall? Wait. Skilled professionals are working hard to provide you with the very latest upgrade. Do not touch. I need a breaker. Breaker? I hardly even know her. Ha 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 ha. For sure, I did not grab anything. I remember. I have not grabbed anything. What? Breaker, breaker. No? No, nothing, nothing. I don't think it has anything to do with this, right? Nothing? I'm so confused! Can I break this? Shapes? Shapes. Shapes. This? Shapes? Shapes? Everything is shapes. 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 Huh? Look at the red hole in the wall. The red hole in the wall. Red hole in the wall. Red hole in the wall. This? This? Oh! Oh! Okay, 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 I got it, okay. Ooh. Crank, grab that. Pick up, pick up, pick up. Oh my god. Okay. I gotta do this. Do this on. Elevator? Alright! Nice! I knew that was suspicious! Oh! Oh! Give it for me! Okay. Nothing here, nothing here. Where are you? Show yourself! No? Can I jump? No, I can't. Can I even jump? They never told me how to jump in the tutorial. Oh, okay. Okay. In there. Let me loot, let me loot. Give me items. Okay, anything here? Nothing, nothing. Observation room. Okay. Okay, which room did I go? Over there? Then we go here. Oh yeah, what's this? Okay. What's this? Loot? Oh my god. What are they supposed to be? I'm guessing they're like aliens, right?
Level 2 security
They're like
clearance required.
They remind me of like necromorphs? Ah, 'cause they're like dead bodies of other people, right? And then they like transform. From what I've collected, the people they die and they turn into that. Play reanimated corpses turn into monster. Ah, okay. Save stations. Yeah, they remind me of like Until Dawn, like the I forgot what they're called, but you know, Until Dawn's like they're weird, like like I forgot the name. The cannibalist monster. Clinic? Wait, what's the other side then? You see how soon? Yeah, Wendigo! Wendigo! Yeah, Wendigo. Hey, that's how you stop. Yeah, Wendigo. They look like Wendigos to me. Maybe because they're bald and naked. Bald and naked. There's always ping. By the way, you forgot that door earlier? Did I?
Entering zero gravity. Exiting
Wait.
zero gravity.
Am I gonna die?
Exiting vacuum.
Okay, so I have like 1 minute, right? Oh, level 2. Hold on, let me go back. The door's locked. Is this where I saved? I have to go there? The one before the elevator? The one before the elevator? I was so busy talking. Oh well, it's fine. The you need oh! The one that I need power for. Can I go back down? I have power, right? I can just go there? Okay. Door. Open? I'm not gonna get attacked here, right? Credits. Wasn't there a body here? Level 2?
Security clearance required. Retrieved.
I hear the tests
Huh?
on patient Harris were inconclusive.
Dr.
Given the reports from
Kind.
the colony, he's lucky to have his
How
faculty at all.
kind?
Well, a divine experience put a good impression on anyone's mind. Perhaps. But I saw nothing divine in all that blood. The suicides. This is a revelation, Terrence. We just need more insight to translate it. You think this insight can be found in Mr.
I need
Harris'
level
writing?
2 clearance, yeah.
I'm positive. And with
Let's do wait
Captain
then?
Picard barring any visits
Come
to
back
Division
later.
7, this fellow may be our best chance. Harris is Dr. Brennan's patient.
Oh shit! Wait, did I do the right one?
Look,
I did, right?
things are complicated enough already. I can't sign off on this. You do what's best, of course, but
I wait here.
how long can we afford to wait?
Dr. T kind! T kind. Too kind! Haha! Okay, let's save again, in case. You have to be extra careful, you know? Okay. Ishimura Clinic.
Entering vacuum.
Okay, I gotta run. Quick.
Entering zero gravity.
Go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Oh my god. Gotta go fast.
Exiting vacuum.
Okay. Take off, land. Oh my god, I'm flying. Oh shit, am I gonna fight something? Press L. Okay. This is so F. Oh shit! No, no, no! Can I tilt again? How do I tilt? Okay. No, no, no. Okay. Wait, can I? Reload. Is anything worth like getting here? No? Is it just for like aesthetic reasons? Nothing? This way up? Okay. Oh my god! I'm upside down! Wait! No! Wait, how do I go back? Okay. There you go. Oh my goodness. There you go. Nice. Plasma energy. Okay. Suits. Zero gravity therapy room. That was a therapy room? What is this? Okay.
Still holding this position. What's happening there? Did you find Nicole?
No sign of her yet. But I found some hydrazine that should work on the barricade. I just need to find a shock pad.
Okay. Work fast, Isaac.
Isaac. Find a shock pad.
Entering zero gravity.
Okay. Oh shit. I see you! I see you! Can he not float too? Oh shit! Oh my god! Come here! Where is he? Come on! How do I loot him? How do I loot him? I can't loot him? Stop on him, no? Oh, that's it? Okay. Oh my god! Stop going sideways! Dude! Jesus Christ. Go in. You can't unland now. Can I?
What the hell? They shut the whole ship. I'll check it out.
I'm pressing both of them at the same time. Oh, okay. I guess I'm flying. How do I underfly? Wait. Go back. How do I unfly? How do I unfly? It says LB or B to land. Oh, there. Okay. There. Okay. God, goodness gracious. How do I exit? No, I have to fly here? Fuck. How do I go up again? I fucking hate flying, bro. Okay. Oh, what's this? Oh, oxygen recharge? Ah. I didn't know to fly here. I didn't fly here last time. Oh, legit, like, it's money. Fuck. Go. Where'd I go?
Took one step out of the captain's nest of Chen.
Go.
He almost got me. I trapped him in a damaged escape pod. He's snarling like...
Oh my goodness.
Hurry, Isaac.
Okay. Oh, let me grab some stuff before I leave. Okay. Over here. Go straight. the other guy. I hear you. Okay. Which way? Which way? That way? Then we go this way. This is where I came from, right? Yeah. Oh. No, off already. This is where I came from. Okay. Go the way it tells you. I know. I just wanna double check, you know, in case I, miss something, you know? Extra loot, you know? Evacuate this area immediately. Intensive care. Wait, I go here, right? Research wing. Poly and throwing. Oh, this is what you were teaching me. What am I throwing though? Uh-oh. It's fun fact. If you get killed by that door, it's the death. If I remember right. Ah. Get away from me! Okay. Oh god! I don't like it when you chase after me. Stop it! Okay. Okay, over here. Nothing. Okay. Wait, what's over here? For this. Alright! Uh-oh. Shoot your legs! I'm out of bullets! I'm out of bullets! Oh shit! The fucking machine gun! Stop! Fuck! Run! Run! Fucking Isaac, run! Fuck. Fucking Isaac. Oh my god, my first death! Guys! My first death. Oh, I did. I totally forgot. Okay. It's okay. It's fine. Is this the way? This was the way, right? Got it! I got it! Okay. I can take these two guys. Easy. Kills. Never mind, Cap. Run! On me! Rosen! Come at me! Come at me! Oh shit! Get stop! Oh shit! Run! 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 I'm about to die, holy fuck. I don't have heals? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, okay. Nice! Is he dead? Is that guy dead? No, he's not dead. Is he dead? I can't even tell. Are you dead? Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, he dead and he fought on the wall. Okay. Damn, that was the panic show. Okay. Need some ammo, please. Credits. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Come at me. 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 I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed. Am I even doing it right? I'm not even sure. I feel like it doesn't do much damage. Is it just me? I don't think throwing the ammo clip. Okay, okay, okay. I didn't know what to choose. I'm just grabbing anything I can. Damn, I have to start all over here. No, easy, easy. Okay. Okay, okay. I got it, I got it. I got it, I got it. This? Come at me, come at me. 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 Come on. Come at me. Come at me. Can I grab it? Oh, fuck, I can't really lose it. What's that a dude? Okay. What? Why is it only like these guys? There was like 4 of them that attacked me here. No? Oh. Okay. Go baby! Damn it, that was bad! That was bad. I don't know why I grabbed a fire hydrant. Who's that dude? There's another one, right? Yeah, no? That's it? Okay. When they are dead, the spikes just get ripped off? Ah, okay. Okay, okay. I see, I see. Got it, got it. I got it, I got it. Oh my god, he's running so... my god, overkill! Oh my god! Aim! Aim! Isaac, fucking aim! Fucking aim! Isaac, aim! Fucking Isaac, run! Fucking Isaac, run! Guys, I'm a coward! I'm a coward! I'm a coward! I'm a coward! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!
Quarantine lifted.
Okay. I need time to think, okay. Is that everything? Okay. Yeah, I'm getting the hang of it, okay? I am getting the hang of it. Tissue sample needed. Need tissue sample for that? Look around first. In case I need anything. Heals. Okay.
Surgical log. Dr. Charles
This is
Mercer.
toilet?
Copy to my secure terminal.
A toilet stall with no like doors or walls? Behind the open? Damn.
Finally see what I've sought all my life. The miners, the strangulation, the divide death itself. Kine is erring on the side of caution. His faith has been shaken by these necromorphs, as he calls them.
And you need to think under pressure. I know, I
But my
know.
own faith has been perfectly rewarded. With or without Kine, I must study one of these creatures. Or the next best thing. Brennan's patient, for example.
God, the voices. They're back. They're in my head. Okay, let's check here first.
Cole? It's me.
Nicole?
Personal log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. With medication and zero-G therapy, patient Harris is showing improvement. If this continues, there might be hope for the others on each
Patient Harris.
However, Dr. Mercer continues to interfere.
Dr.
He
Brennan?
thinks Harris's delusions are religiously significant. If I have to make a complaint, I will. I'm not losing my patient over unitology bullshit. Not again.
Tracking rig
Dr. T. Kine.
Dr. Nicole Brennan. Rig location inconclusive. Manual rig tracking is available.
Oh, I sent the link for the towers that Hasba game I mentioned. Ah. Okay. I will check it out later. After stream. How much is it? Oh wait, a hologram? Yo, he's boarding.
God's name is happening down there.
He's
Precisely
boarding.
God's work. How can you say that? These deaths at the colony. The paranoia, the
24?
hallucinations.
Ah, okay.
You wanted a scientific
I
analysis?
will check it out.
Cause and effect? Well, it all began after they raised the marker. What are you so worried about? The marker is divine.
Divine.
We know this. Look, it'll be on board tomorrow. You can study it then. Put your mind at ease. At ease? People are dying. How can that be the transformation the teachings promise? We're witnessing it.
It's a survivor builder game, but you have to kind of maintain a balance with the nature in the game to my understanding. Ah. I see. I see. I love survivor builder games.
Seal entry.
It's kind of like Minecraft, right? What game is it similar to? Destiny? I'm assuming like like Rust or something. It's like kind of like something similar to Rust or like Sons of the Forest. Yeah, totally Destiny. Okay, all the way over there. Oh wait, charge. Was that all the rooms? Oh, this room? Changing room? Bench? Oh, save station? Loot, loot. Give me loot! I need heals. I need heals. Schematics. I would put it closer to like Sons of the Forest mixed with Breath of the Wild. Wait! Or more something like Minecraft actually. Oh! Wait! That sounds like really fun. Those are like my favorite games. Tentacles? What the heck is that, baby? Bro, why would you make a murder baby? A murderous baby. Have you not seen Chucky? Oh my god. I guess the closest comparison I could think of is Grounded. I don't know what Grounded is. Oh wait, easy to kill! Easy kill! Oh. Okay. Good night. In the second game, the babies comes in hordes and self-destruct you. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Wait, there's another baby in here. Oh wait, there's so many babies in here. Holy crap. Okay. Elevator. They just need biomasses? Oh, biomass? They aren't picky? Ah. Just take whatever form. Get away from me! Oh shit! He's a ranged character! No, fuck! Shit! Oh my god! That's even worse! What the hell? Okay, babies is all the same to them? I see. Okay, nothing else. Oh wait, I just came in here. Showers. Emergency shower? Oh. Oh my god, bro is cooked! He's cooked! Oh fuck, I'm cooked! Wait, what the hell? Okay. Don't go near it? Okay. I didn't know it was gonna electrocute me. Okay, nodes. That too. There you go.
Daniels isn't answering
All
her
right.
lately. What's the step?
Welcome in, Cheese. Welcome. I have been summoned for slander.
Not leaving anyone else.
What did I miss? Me. Plant the explosive charge. All right. Over there. Oh, this is where I came from. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this dude. Is he gonna give me loose? No? Welcome in, Cheese. How are you? How was your day? Okay. And charge. Yes, let's just walk up to a highly. Go ahead! Fuck. Stop! Aim, you little shit! Fuck! Aim! Okay. There we go. Alright! I've been told that you compare Death Space to Destiny. Oh yeah, it's very similar to Destiny, isn't it? Heck, I give up already with grammar, I'm gonna go. NT, cheese, NT. Okay. Wait, I wanna save. Save. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna blow this place up. Cheese, check that out real quick before you go. What is that? Oh, bro is cooked. Okay. How do I explode it? Take cover? Detonate? Where did I take cover from? Here? This is so close though. Yeah, run out of bodies. Bags. Okay. Yes. Give me stuff. No, you can hit up the store.
When you reach the morgue, find Captain Mathias'
Right.
body. Get his rig code.
I could hit up the
computer's
store.
all ours.
How much money do I have now though? Wow, look at that. I'm so rich. Schematic submitted. Item now available for purchase. Status pack. Is that good? Should I get that too? I don't have enough though. Okay. Might as well get a suit upgrade. Recommend the suit? Okay. For the node. Oh, look at that. I'm so hot. Can I upgrade here? Or do I have to upgrade like the other thingy? I could upgrade here, right? Or this is just a store? Purchase, sell, and store items. Oh, you have some armor? Just wait until suit 3? Okay. We just keep moving along. Oh, stop lying. It's time to do. Sorry we are full. This. Okay. All died?
Security
Everyone?
clearance required.
I don't think you can get the second upgrade yet. Okay.
Security clearance required.
Okay, any security? Credits.
Level 2 security clearance required.
Got that.
Security clearance required.
And the command crew won't tell us what's happening.
Uh-oh.
Shit. Maybe I have some PHP left.
Investigate the emergency room. Follow Nicole's hologram. Her hologram? Where did she even go? She went over here, right? This door? What is this? Oh fuck! Was I not supposed to do that? I don't think I was supposed to do that. Okay. How do I unlock that? Oh, wait, it's telling me to go over here. Find the captain's body. Over there. I need power. Power. Block. 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 The puzzle piece. Block. 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 Where is... Block. Block. Is it not here? To remove the battery, ensure no power is being used on the circuit. Okay. How do I make sure it's not... Oh, this? Okay. No. Wait. You fucking baby! Get out here! Don't shoot me! I don't know. Show yourself! You little rat! You're so small, I can't see you! Oh my god. Wait. God, that did nothing! Oh fuck! Go! Fucking run! Oh my god. Oh god. Run. I need sharp objects. Get away from me! Get away from me! Sharp object. What is sharp? Fuck! Go, God! Fucking run! Okay. What? Let me see. Okay, that is doing no damage! Fuck this shit. Gun time! Oh my god. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I don't have any heals. Alright. May need to flip the switch. Yeah, they kind of laugh at blunt force trauma. Oh my god. Okay. I got this. We can just continue along like nothing happened. Alright. Alright, just in case, you know, in case. Nothing here, nothing. Oh my god, little gremlin. Where did it go? Is that it? No. Fuck, get away from me! Oh, you're not dead. Not so easy anymore, is it? Is it, you know, pretty simple. You know, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple. It's just very panicky because, you know, it's simple. It's easy. It's just, you know, it's just struggle. Okay. Am I going in a circle? Fuck! Get away! Aim! Oh god. Fucking get away! What was... Oh shit! I messed up! Get away from me! Aim! Oh my god! Why are you not aiming? Why are you not aiming? I can't with magic tricks. I need weapons. Anything to grab here? There we go. Okay. Easy. You panic. It's time. I need to like think. Okay, I need to think. I need a minute to think.
I just got the latest report from Aegis 7. The situation's
Here's the
worse than
body.
Captain Matthias will admit. 40% of the colony's
not all the
population is
bodies.
now showing symptoms. Depression, hallucinations, more violence. People are dying down there. I know it's linked to the marker somehow, but I just don't have enough data. Mercer,
Okay.
maybe I was wrong. We need answers by any means possible. That patient, Brent Harris, might be our last hope.
Wait, is this door? This door's locked, right? It's locked. What is this? Oxygen recharge?
Security request retrieved.
You left me. I woke in the dark with them scratching in the walls.
Scratching like rats. Rats?
You will lock me in with them.
I hate rats. Cause rats makes me crazy. Alright. Are you a hologram? Oh, you're real. You're real, right? What are you doing, bro? Yeah? Where are you looking at? I'm not here. Oh. Crazy? I was crazy once. You locked me in a room. A rubber room. They should have put her in a rubber room. Okay. Nothing else here? Nothing else here? The morgue. Oh yeah, you know what? That's still on the ship has pretty much completely lost their mind. Ah. I see. Dr. C. Mercer to the morgue. Oh. No power? Oh shit! Little baby rats! Okay. I need power. Battery? Battery. Key piece. Be necromorph. Okay. So I'm gonna be fighting a whole bunch of them here, huh? Since it's the morgue. Cause there's a lot of dead people here. And for sure all the dead people turn into monsters, huh? Okay. Oxygen recharge. Is this the morgue? Are you still alive? Okay. Time. Look in the back window. That window? Which window? Well, let me loot some stuff first. Text log. You might not need to go through that door if you loot. After you loot. This door? That door is locked. Wait, what's this? Okay. Back window? This window? Okay. Find the captain's body. Holy crap! Holy crap! Stingray? Oh, wait, this is kind of intimate. It's kind of intimate. Don't you think? Ow! Aim, you little coward! Wait, I saw something here. What the fuck? Wait, is this a boss battle? I don't want to fight it. what you did! What are you? Okay. Captain's rig. Captain's rig.
Isaac, what's your status? Do you have the captain's rig?
Fuck me.
Sure, buddy.
Codes now.
Oh my god, Karan! Welcome in! Welcome! How are you? How's your day?
God. Maybe the command computer has something.
How's your day? How have you
Head
been?
back to the security checkpoint. It's safer there. At least I can upgrade your clearance.
Okay, upgrade my clearance. Alright. Okay. I'm good. Overslept. I've been good. How's you? I've been pretty good. Yeah. I slept like a whole lot today, I think. Kind of. Life's been but stream has been going pretty good. I'm actually like enjoying this game.
Isaac,
I'm here. What the hell's happening?
the computer says the Ishimura's engines are offline. We're on a decaying orbit toward Aegis 7.
Okay.
Oh god.
I got a question for you. Sure.
There's no time. That tram station's offline. Unless... Here.
What's the question,
Head back
huh?
to the flight deck. I'll guide
Are you gonna
from
ask
there.
me to marry you?
If this damage report's right, then destroy it.
Alright. Okay, oh, we're back here. Okay. Is the space dead and how did it die? Technically, the space is dead now. And everybody's dying. It's like, there's a, like, oh, what, I don't know. It's like, this virus going on. Not virus, a monster that's like, making everyone turn into monsters. Well, maybe, who knows? You never went in that locked door over there. A locked door. This one? This one's locked. This one's where we came from. This is where we came from. Oh, this one? Wait, did we go here? No, the locked one? Oh. No, this is where we came from, right? Oh, I need to switch that battery. That's right. That's right, right? Okay. This one? Shower lights. Wait, how do I unlock it though? So it's the oh, wait. Huh? What? What? Is this the newer one? Yeah, this is the... I'm assuming it's the remake one. Oh shoot, one button. Can I not pull it out? Can I pull it up? Did you throw something at it? Hold on. Did you break it? Oh no, not you. This. No? How do I open it? Goes there. Go there. Oh. Wait, I just... I'm so confused! I'm so confused! I'm so confused! Okay. Can I not go in here? Can I? Grip? What? Alright. Huh. Since you were gonna look it up, I'm gonna BRB and go to the bathroom really quick. Hopefully I won't die. Okay, you know what? Bathroom is locked, but I went to go grab a piece of chocolate bar. A chocolate bar. A crunch chocolate bar. And this is gonna be my gamey snack for tonight. Not gonna lie. I haven't had chocolate in so long. To the left, okay. Oh! I don't know why, I thought you went up and down. You know?
Medical log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. So much for being paranoid. I repurposed this room to run counseling sessions without unitologists interfering. Now it's the only place I feel safe. I recovered a limb after yesterday's attack. Genetically, it's human tissue with bizarre mutations. But it's just a sample. It's not enough to figure out a cure. I need... Wait, where's that report from engineering?
Okay.
Here. The engineers pulled something out of the machinery. Limbs missing, torso intact. Okay. Time for a real autopsy.
What's over there? Go to the hangar bay. The hangar bay. Okay. The hangar bay. You have a hologram. Wait, in here, in here. It's so creepy here. Okay, move this aside. Locked out over it. Can I see? Hold on. Save complete. Okay.
Lifting station lockdown.
Activate. Okay.
Flight deck tram control. Now
Why am I here? You were chosen. Spa service. Ishimura. I don't know what the first one says. Oh, RIP. R.I.P. Okay. Go over there. Wait, what if I go here? Have I been here before? I have, right? Yeah, cause I think I remember. Okay, the store. Oh, this is the elevator. What is your elevator music, guys? My elevator music is the hamster song. Go over here. Go open.
Security reporting retrieved.
The fuck, the hamster song? Yeah, the hamster song. Uh-oh. I don't know what other song is like in my head. Oh, Hangar Bay here. Oh, this is the Hangar Bay.
Isaac, this damage report says there's a broken cargo lift just beyond the hangar doors. I'll open them now.
Entering zero gravity.
No, I'm gonna get attacked. How do I fly up again?
You'll need your thrusters to reach it, but that lift shaft should take you straight down to engineering.
Engineering? Okay, go over there. Yo, that's so far.
Entering vacuum.
Right here, right? Oh my god. I'm not even close. Oh my god, it's a little rat baby. Wait, down here? Right? Wait. Wait, is it here? Is it here? I'm so confused. No. I'm so confused where it is. Stop choking! Bro, stop choking. Go away.
Exiting zero gravity.
Oh my god, I almost died. Wait. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Isaac. Jesus Christ. Okay. Cargo hall storage. Can I go here?
Clearance confirmed.
Less than 10 seconds? Yeah! I'm like on the verge. I can hear myself choking. We are not punished for our sins, but by the... Oh, but by them. Okay. By them. Did you watch the Game Awards? I did! I'm honestly surprised Astrobots won Game of the Year. But then like, I get it though, you know? I understand why it won. I know a lot of people hate it.
position compromised. Correct course immediately.
Anything new you're excited for? For me, not really. I know a lot of my friends are like very excited for The Witcher. Like I saw the trailer and everything. It looks so cool. But I don't know. I've never played a Witcher game before. Like I heard like good things about it. But I really want to try it. Maybe. Save complete.
Everyone down here is on their last nerve. We thought the rioting was the worst of it. Till those things came through the vents. Their faces. Fuck, those were my lunch buddies, Liz's friends, old boyfriends. And out of nowhere, the engines are screwed. Primary's laboring, we're hemorrhaging fuel. Fuck if I know why.
Fuck if I know why.
To the fuel depot to fix it. Gotta keep the team focused.
The real reason people were upset about Astro Bot winning Game of the Year was because they didn't really bring any innovation. Yeah.
Seeing you in the control room.
I really want to play Astro Bot too.
Yeah, but it makes no sense.
It looks really fun.
The centrifuge is off.
It's been a while since I played like a platform game.
Without the engines, it's dragging us down to the planet.
Can you handle it alone?
Sure. Fix the centrifuge, get the fuel running.
You meant you're not excited for Split Fiction?
But you'll need to stabilize our orbit from there.
Standing by. Fast as you
I don't
can.
really know. Activate the control console. Refuel the engine? Okay. It was essentially just another platforming game with a skin. But like, have you guys seen like gameplays of Astro Bot? Looks so fun. It's like very like it's like something new every time. I was watching someone play it, and it looks so fun. Like I can't like describe it. It gives me like Mario vibes, for sure. But like, it's not repetitive for what I've seen compared to like Wukong. Okay, control station. Like you actually have to think. Okay, upgrade time. Should I upgrade my suit? Level 2 upgrade extended. HP. Yeah, people feel Wukong should have won because it brought a traditional Chinese mythology to the West and proved that it works. I know you play It Takes Two with Yoshi and Split Fiction is made by the same people. Really? I didn't know that. Just make sure you hold on to at least one node. Okay. Hold on to one node. I might as well put 3 on here, right? HP. No, I have to do it in a line? Okay. Oxygen. Energy. Size. Energy. Duration. Let's do duration. Okay. Oh, before you lose the third one, I already did. You didn't say anything. You didn't say it sooner. I already like no. I said it before you did. What do you mean? Oh shit! Where did you come from? Aim! For goodness sake! Goodness gracious! Okay.
Cannot determine
Master
clearance
security.
level. Master security override required.
Okay. Can I go here? Collaboration room? Here auto.
Autopsy report, Dr.
Nicole?
Rig identifies the subject was junior engineer David Swenson. The subject was dismembered after falling into machinery.
Oh damn.
So sorry.
Yo, look at his feet. Yeah, Split Fiction is made by the same people, but you're two girls. One that like fantasy, the other one like sci-fi, and you alternate going through worlds of those two. Wow! Wait, what? Sounds fun.
Chest contains a yellow bile seen in other specimens.
Check out what upgrades the weapons have real quick.
Aesthetic cells.
Okay, okay.
The dead
After I
tissue is
watch
absorbed,
Nicole.
recombined, then reanimated.
Evacuate this area immediately.
The bile
Bro,
shows
look at
genetic
that. Look at that
markers
scoliosis
human
on the
DNA and
on the wall. You see that? That's wild.
connected to the marker from
Oh my god. Immediately my shrimping just became unshrimped. Oh god.
Dr. Kine has vanished. Unless he's with the survivors on the mining deck. Oh, rest easy now, David. I promise.
Okay, are those hands? The one that's in like his belly right there? Those are hands? So they have feet, hands, and like another set of like hands. Like okay. Those hands can grab you so they can stab you? Ah! Okay, plasma cutter. Capacity, damage. Reload time, damage. Capacity. Reload, damage. What is this? Ammunition? Pulse rifle. Okay. Wait. The Ripper? When did I got this? I had this the entire time? Ripper? But I hardly even know her. Wait, do I have it in my inventory? I guess then once you get the plasma cutter, upgrade it. It's the best weapon? Okay. I didn't know I have a Ripper. Does this shoot like ninja stars? I'm assuming, right? Ah, okay. Okay, I see, I see. I see. Where do I go now? We're here. Evacuate this area immediately. Shoot saw blades. I forgot the term, that's why I said ninja stars. Guys. that's yep. Okay, thing here. Okay. Oh, oops. Okay.
Warning.
Oxygen?
Fuel reserves depleted. Main engines offline.
Okay. Am I supposed to go here? I am. Okay. Wait, then what's over there? Hold on. I thought I had to go to this door. That's why I didn't go there. Wait, no. This is where I came from, right? This is where I came from. This goes in a circle. Then we go here. Okay. It was up here. What is up here? The eerie violin in the background noise is a vibe. Damn, you have a creepy vibe. Damn. Oh, thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Cyclone. Joker. Did I not change? Is it not changing? You did? Oh, I did. Wait, was my hair always black the entire time? I did not know that. Wait, who redeemed it the first time? I didn't notice. What? Oh my goodness. Okay. Break this. Alright. Okay. Oh wait, I'm just back here. Okay. I'm back here. This is the zero G fuel. Okay. And then that room is locked. Okay, I guess we go. We progress here. Where was it? Here? Wait, what's over here? Did I go here already? What's this? Pull down? Oh!
Refueling sequence activated. Additional fuel required for engine restart.
Fill the engine south. Oh! Get away from me! Nice. Okay, I have to bring it over here. Come on, come closer. Okay, yeah, I'm ready. Okay. Oh. Oh my god, he spit at me! Stop spitting at me, bro! My god! Get away! I'm gonna die here. Oh my god! I was not ready for that! Oh god. I was not ready. I didn't know they were gonna spam me. Oh my god. Kinky. Oh shit. Alright. Spooky. They're quitters? Quitter? But I hardly even know her. Spitters are quitters? Spitters are quitters. and liars have their pants on fire. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Shanghai, you never heard that phrase? No, I have never heard of that. No. Nope. Nope. Oh my god. Fucking died! Okay. It's okay! It's okay! I don't need to know phrases, guys. It's okay, it's a-okay. I think I have an idea of what it is. You know, you spit, you're a quitter. It's in the name. Haktua, yeah, exactly. You know, you gotta Haktua spit on that thing. Bro! Oh my god! Oh my god. Where is he? Where's his body? I don't get any loot. Nope. Dark Trinity education. How? Let's go. It's okay. I don't need education, guys. It's no reference to all the Hawktuas. Yes, I know that. Okay, I know that. I know that. Bro, shoot them in the leg like it's Valorant. You're supposed to. You're supposed to. You're supposed to shoot them in the limb. Oh fuck! I just wasted ammo. You're supposed to like shoot them in the leg so they get handicapped. You know, they can't move, and then you know. Yeah, you like, you know, you shoot them in the leg so you know they. Yeah. Okay. I know what to do now. I know what to do now. Do I have an arrow here? Huh? See, Shen, the boys know? The boys know. It's a sassy joke, huh? Sassy joke. Oh god. Okay, okay. I hate that acid thingy. That freaking acid is like. How do I avoid that? How do I avoid that acid? How do I avoid getting spit on? Okay, then I gotta lose the other thing. My ninja store. Alright. Go back to the store and buy plasma ammo. Oh, but that's like a waste of money when I can just get them like free. Where's the store anyways? Is it near me? Do I have a store here? Can I bring this with me? Hold on. Oh shit, let me bring this with me. For sure this might help, you know? Hold on. Drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. Okay. You dodge and weave? Okay, okay. I think you have to go a different area actually. Do I? Okay. No, where's my stick? My stick is gone. Can I take this? Okay. Welcome in, Graham. Welcome in. How are you? How's your day? Hello, how far you in the game is? I'm on chapter 2? Chapter 2? Yeah, I'm like still in the beginning. Oh god, okay. Yeah, it's my first gameplay. My first gameplay. Chapter 3? Oh, chapter 3. I'm on chapter 3. Okay, shoot the guy in the leg. Okay. Okay. Nice! Oh god! Nice! Okay. No, wait, no. No. Get away from me! Oh my god! Get away from me! Sir. Okay. So you're the plasma colors, where is that? You know, I'm fine! I'm doing great, right guys? I'm doing great! Okay, not all the bodies. I've been walking her through the game, but she forgets it all because she panics. I do.
Last valve done, Chief. Progress report filed by Jacob Temple. The engine problems aren't a malfunction. Someone shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves to hell and back.
Alright.
We just wasted an hour fixing them. Now we need to restart the south refueling station, but some jackass turned off the power and locked up the circuit breaker. No engines? We're gonna hit planetfall soon. What now?
Okay, I can't go in
There's gotta
here.
be someone around here how to spare access card. Go see. Wait, you hear that? Davern, go!
Alright. Are you Danvers? No, I'm Isaac. My name is Isaac. Where are they? The heck? They just pop out like dramatic music for no reason. My name is Isaac. Okay. No power? No power. Save? Yes, I'm gonna save. Okay, intensive care. Fuel station keycard. Oh! Is that Daniels?
Daniels? You made it.
Thank God. After the bridge, we thought...
Glad to disappoint. I barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them, but I don't think they know I'm here. Isaac, I've tracked down your rig. You're in engineering, right? I'll get myself admin privileges. Maybe I can help.
Over here. Daniels? Well, Haley's dead. What do I do here? what did she tell me to do? I'm an engineer. I get admin privileges. Oh, this. Okay. I got it. Engineer?
Clearance confirmed.
Engine 4? Okay, south fuel. Lights. Life support. I guess we have no lights again? No lights. Oh. Oh my god. Engine wherever. I don't know that song. I don't know what song you're talking about. Okay. The Titanic song? My heart will go on? I don't think so. Is it? I haven't heard that Titanic song in like 5 years.
But it should be enough.
I still need to get the centrifuge working before restart. Someone really screwed with these fuel lines.
Move fast, Isaac. Aegis 7's looking damn close out there.
Aegis 7. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, these fucking little gremlin babies. Sure so. Are you dead? Oh shit! Get away from me! Oh fuck. I'm not dead yet. Okay, that did nothing. I hate using the stasis. Oh my god. Was it gremlin baby? Fuck! Okay. Fuck! He spit at me! Fuck! He's oh my god! Is he dead? Okay, over here. Okay. Leave. Would you rather eat a rotten goat or a matter baby? Guys. Ha 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 ha. Okay, hopefully I won't die here, guys. What's a rotten goat? Oh, me but rotten. Yeah. Go up? To pick the centrifuge. Oh fuck. Get away from me. Jesus Christ. Alright, real question. How long do you think Shen would last? For real with Necromorphs? A long time, I assume, right? Right? Oh, up there? Okay. Up. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna get attacked here. I am. Oh my god, it's that guy again! What the hell? It's that guy again! Definitely not long. I'm giving it 2 hours tops. Only 2 hours? Stop! Get away from me. I'm shooting you in the leg! Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Okay, go, 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 go. Wait. Oh, over there. Make a run for it. Make a run for it. Okay. Two hours a long time. I think like 10 minutes. Come on, guys. I think not that long. Okay, where do I go? What? Wait, did I not go the right way? Did I go the wrong way? Why is it telling me go over here? Wait, I think I went the wrong way. It depends on what stage we put her at. I wish I would last 10 minutes. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Guys. You guys are... I feel sorry for you guys. No, not like that. Don't be weird, bro. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Like the whole thing starts off by people going crazy from the signal being sent out, and then some people start turning and killing each other. Damn. What kind of signals? Mixed signals? Ha. Ha. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what was funny about that joke. It was funny in my head, but like when I said it, it does not make sense. Okay. Explaining more would be spoilers? Okay. I see. Okay. There's that. Wait, did I go here? Over here? Wait, did I go here already? Did I go here already?
Confirmed.
No, I didn't. Okay. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay. That's it? Is that all the loot? Centrifuge. Okay. Hey, we love mixed signals. Not. Please stand still. Decontaminate. Okay. Decontamination.
Decontamination sequence activated.
Please stand by. Okay. Am I gonna get attacked here? I have a feeling I'm gonna get attacked here. Yup. Fuck it. Yup, fuck it. Fuck it. Oh my god. No. I'm dying to a fucking baby. Kick the baby. Kick the baby, guys. Fuck. Are you not dead? Oh my god. Sorry to see these little gremlins. Where are they? Oh my god. Oh my god, kick! Oh my god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Where are you? Sorry to see you! Goodness gracious. Okay, there's another one, right? For sure there's another one. Oh, a big guy. Holy shit! Oh my god! Okay. This is like duration duration battle. I just gotta last really long. Oh, never mind.
Examination sequence complete. Thank you for your patience.
Oh my god, welcome in, Finicky! Welcome! How are you? How was your day? How have you been? Should we deal with the upcoming monster in no time, just like the Resident Evil 5 Chapter 5 too? Ouroboros boss fight. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Okay, I can leave now, right? Kick the baby? The fuck? You're not dead? Neighbors? Hey, my neighbors will probably like, I don't know. For sure, I know they hear me yelling and stuff. I'm not even lying. Okay, so the hunter is in chapter 5? Is it? Also, thank you for the follow, Graham! Thank you! Oh, am I going the wrong way? Over here. Been good? How you been doing, gamer? I've been great. This game is actually pretty fun. Alright. I've been having a lot of fun with this game. Alright. Wait, no, open. Okay, save. Alright. Defeat the centrifuge.
Zero gravity. Warning. Centrifuge offline. Please attach generator modules manually.
Can I break this? Okay. Wait, did I put it here? Wait, where did I put it? I'm so confused, guys. Activate the centrifuge. How do I activate it? Oh my god, not you. Please! Okay. Oh, do I think this is my stasis? No. No, I'm not trying to shoot! Just stop floating! There, okay. Right. That's enough. I'm so confused. Push, disengage. Huh? Did it go in here? Huh? Wait, I don't know. Wait, did I go here? I don't think I went here. Elevator? Attach clutch generator module to restart centrifuge. Okay. How do I attach it? Where's the rest? Okay, that makes so much sense. Is that why? Is it because I'm aiming? Oh my god. No wonder. Okay. No wonder I was that makes so much more sense. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, one of the buttons for landing is your alt fire button when aiming. Ah! Okay. Got it. Okay, this. grip this. Oh fuck, wrong button. Oh, did it fly? No, do I have to? I'm gonna fall. Oh, never mind. No? Oh. Okay, so I have to connect that to that. And then... Is that it? Just connect that to that? Oh fuck. This? No? Oh, it's not working. Anything down here? No? This side. No? Huh. Okay. I have to connect those two, but they won't connect. I forget, do you have stasis? It first before it connects? Do I have to? I'm not even sure. I don't know. So, I'm trying to connect it, but it won't work. What is that? Grip caution. Stasis is the slow. Oh! Do I have to? Oh! I didn't know you could do it at the same time. Oh! 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 Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Get away from me! Oh shit! Where did he go? Nice. I'm out of ammo, guys. I'm out of ammo. Okay. Clutch engage activate. Okay. Where was it? Up here? Alright! Alright! Yeah, they're spinning too fast. Line up. Okay. You have the Ripper. Ripper? Oh shit. Am I gonna run out of oxygen?
Centrifuge activated.
I'm kinda scared to use the Ripper though. I feel like it's... Where do I go now? Oh, I leave? I feel like the Ripper takes like a while to like shoot though, you know?
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Wait. Oh shit! What the heck? I didn't know that was gonna happen. No wonder. Okay. No wonder. Okay, okay. No wonder.
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Okay. Did I wait here? Okay. Got it? Fuck, get out my way! Get out my way! Fuck, run back. Okay. Okay. Fuck it! Okay. I got this. Okay, there's times the charm. Exactly. There's times the charm. Got this. Okay.
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is
Alright,
restarting
alright.
engines, right?
Okay, wait for it to
Ready
come.
when you are.
Okay. And then I run. Is that monster gonna freaking pop out? Let me see. Okay, I'm just gonna wait here. Oh my god! What are you doing? What is it doing here? I thought you were dead! Oh my god. Okay, oxygen? Run. Okay. Where'd I go? Did I go up? Okay. How did I survive the... I know, right? That's what I'm saying. I think it was a different one. Oh shit. Can I just ignore you? Open. Save? Okay.
Exiting vacuum.
Manually ignite the engine. Oh my god! Oh, ouch. I run out of ammo! Are you kidding me? I'm dead. Wait, okay. Okay. I have 4 bullets. This angle is so bad. I don't know if I'm even hitting it. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna be here for a while. Was it all fire on the river? I don't know. Okay. Is default? That's all I know. How do I use the Ripper? No. I don't think I know how to use the Ripper. It looks like it's doing no damage. Wait. Am I even losing it right? Because this is the first time. Yeah, I don't think it's like reaching far enough. But I'm aiming right at it though. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. 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 Got it. Yeah. Can you give me loot? No? No loot? Okay. Is that it? This room. Wait, I was just in here, right? Is this the room I've been in? Gotta go fast. Oh shit! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Oh my god, this gun is so hard to use! Damn, okay. Over here. Oh my god. And now we're hitting the point of having no ammo. God. I hate having no ammo. Okay. So let me just reload all my guns. Okay.
Got it. Isaac, fuel storage is unlocked. It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
Okay, engine chamber. Oh, take a look at this guy.
Say, Hammond, I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining claim.
Should I save?
What do you mean? This outbreak started on the colony.
You're right.
That's impossible.
But it would explain why
You're right.
meant to be off limits,
Open!
right? Earth God's orders. When the
What's
miners
the save?
found the artifact, they reported hallucinations.
Oh my god!
paranoia, suicide.
Oh my god, why are you here?
Marker on board anyway. But that was fine.
Okay, back up. Where's this marker now?
In Chicago. All packaged up for delivery.
Oh my god, why did I just fight these guys? Oh well. Wait, is there a save here? Oh, wait, here. Okay. You just have to shoot the tentacle up. Yeah, because... Why not? Okay.
Entering zero gravity.
Zero gravity. No power? No power. Okay. Go up. Airlock 2 fans. Turn the fans off. Oh my god! I will stop you! Get step on! Oh my god. Okay. part on now? It is, right? Whoa, bro, it's so bright here.
Exiting zero gravity.
Whoa, it's so loud here. Okay. Huh? Oh, wait. Flamethrower? I have a goddamn flamethrower, guys. I'm gonna be cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. You know, since they gave me a new weapon, you know what that means? Big, like, enemy or boss battle coming soon. I can feel it. I can feel it. Is it worse Flamin? Can I punch it? You know what, 3? What this side? Where was it here?
Engineering log. My last log. Temple reporting. I can't raise anyone on Wrigley. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
Who the heck is Elizabeth? We did. Am I going here? I don't know. Know who Nicole is? Yeah, I only know Nicole and Haley. Haley was the girl who died on the ship. Oh, and Daniels. Daniels the lady on FaceTime. That's all I remember. Okay, I have 3 nodes. Should I do the plasma cutter? Okay, time for me to go. Goodbye, bye-bye, and pizza. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Have a good evening. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna lurk. Alright. I would, but I'm biased. Okay, I would do a plasma cutter too. Reload time. It's the capacity. And then this is damage. Okay. Alright, alright. I like it. It's kind of like shooting with a pistol. You know, like my Red 9. Yep. I will always damage over everything else. Okay. Same here. Can I shoot that? Oh nice. Oh, helpful tip. Aim your plasma cutter. Aim it. Oh shit. What the hell? Oh! Oh shit! Oh the fuck! These are little fetuses? What the hell? Hit R1. Uh-huh. What does this do? Shoot horizontally? Oh my god! Is it like that for legs? Ah! Okay, okay. Okay, okay. And the bees when they're on the floor ceiling. Ah, okay, okay. Okay, okay. I see, I see. I see. What is this? Okay. The Costco chickens before they get cooked. I love them. They're so good.
Clearance confirmed.
Can I grab that? Clearance confirmed. Okay. Vertical when on walls. Okay. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Oh no! This looks like a battle stage. Right here. Right here. Oh, what the heck? Are you pregnant? Oh shit! I'm dead! I wasn't looking at my health. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's okay. Just do this all over again?
Engineering log. My
Oh
last
god.
log. Temple reporting.
Okay.
I can't raise anyone on Riglink. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust.
Wait, they have to upgrade it again?
Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the
Okay.
bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
Where did I go? Over here? Wait, now we're in here already? I think I upgraded after. After? Like when I went up here? I think. I don't remember. Yeah. I remember beating up this guy. Okay, okay. And then I got attacked by little rat babies. Oh shit. Okay. They're so small. They're so small. They're so tiny, bro. They're so tiny. Okay. Oh, you guys can hear my dogs. Why are you using the plastic condom? I don't know. I freaked out. I panicked. Okay. I panicked. Okay, okay. It's okay. It's fine. Oh. I will kick you. Let me help you. Let me help you. Let me help you. Okay. Here we go. Where did I upgrade?
Clearance confirmed.
What's over here? What's over here, right? This door? Oh yeah. Okay, so alright. Report all injuries. Is everything? Flamethrower. Ripper. Your dog is a beautiful singer. Yeah, they're like playful wrestling right now behind me, behind my back, like literally right behind me. Oh, I know you're alive. I don't know why I grabbed him for. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Okay. Hopefully I won't die here. I don't have any heals. I don't have any heals. Oh God! Jesus Christ, little babies! Bro! Leave me! Let me go in! Let me go in! Let me go in! Let me go in! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! Wait! Okay. Okay. You know, I didn't have any heals. 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 I couldn't heal myself. Wait, should I use the flamethrower on those little rats then? That will work better, right? Yeah. Okay, you know, there's time the charm, right guys? Third time's the charm.
Engineering log.
Okay,
My
I got
last
it.
log.
I got it.
I
We
can't
can
raise
hope.
anyone on Wrigley. I think my team is
We
gone.
can hope. We can hope.
I
Okay,
found the
speed run.
module that someone used to bust the centrifuge.
I go here.
Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this?
Okay, I'm
I'll
here
report to
already,
the
right?
bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
Elizabeth. Okay, go up. This would be the time, surely. Surely, indeed. Okay, got him. Then upgrade. Okay. This is good. This is good. Progress. Anything I'm missing here? Is that it? Is that it? Okay. Come at me. Come at me. Are they easy to kill though? Oh my god. You're like little cooked chicken. That's insane. Okay. I'm literally cooking them. Actually. Okay. Okay, I'm full health. Full health. I can skip it. Oh fuck! Run! Fuck! I'm hitting stasis! Why do I not have any? What happened to it all? like this? Why is it always like this with me? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Okay, can I charge? Somewhere? Oh. What is this? Nothing? Wait, elevator? Can I go up? It's telling me to go there. Use another shiny spot? Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth! And then, oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Night. Don't grab me! Okay. Look to the left of the last one you shot. The left of the last one I shot. The left. Hey. Left. The left. Over here. You already got it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh god. Open up, please. Okay. Not gonna lie, the banging of the door is like, it's making me go crazy. Okay. Oh shit! Oh, fuck. I hate this little rats! Aim! Okay, good. Okay. Oh my god! No! We're gonna die here! Fucking shit! Fucking shit! Fucking shit! Oh my god! Oh my god. My head hurts. It's so annoying! Okay. Okay. Oh my god. How do you think the people on the ship feel? You're right, you're right, you're right. You're right. Well, it's fine. It's okay. I'm okay.
Engineering log.
I'm okay. Speedrun?
Log. Temple reporting. I can't
Okay.
raise anyone on Riglink. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. It's burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge.
Okay, I'm not even gonna hit you.
And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, speedrun. Okay, upgrade this. Upgrade this. Okay, okay. Shoot this. I just gotta keep a cool mind, right? Cool head. Cool head. Okay, I'm sorry, miss. I cannot help you.
Clearance confirmed.
Oh shit! I forgot you were there. Okay. Alright! Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I am ready. I am ready. Who are you? Show yourself. Oh my god, one got me! Okay. That. Stop that. Damn, give me heals! Give me heals! Anything else around here? Wait, I didn't go inside this room, right? Okay. Ah! It was here. Okay. God, remember when you go through the door, there's one on floor and then ready. Okay. Come at me. Come at me. Oh, is he dead? Okay. I'm ready, I'm ready. Okay, come out. Come out. Come out. Okay. Oh fuck. Run, Shen, run! Run! Fucking shit, why can I not run? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back here. Oh my goodness. Give me heals! For goodness sake! I want any heals, like none at all. Goodness gracious, goodness gracious, goodness gracious, goodness gracious. Okay. What is this? Okay, nice, nice. Okay. Okay. Save, 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 save. Nice. Okay. Alright. Where do I go? Can I go control room first? Okay. Anything important? Oh, I have to go here later. I think I have to go here later. Okay. We're at the 4-hour mark as well. Shit, it's been 4 hours already? Already? Okay. How long is chapter 3? I think I'll probably end my stream after I finish this chapter. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh shit! Aim! Goodness gracious! Aim!
Warning.
Okay.
Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Okay. It's a fun game, isn't it? It is a fun game. River Blades? Fuck, what the hell?
Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. Why keep giving me river blades? I want heals! I need heals. Okay. I go up there.
Warning.
Loot.
Engine power failure. Replace power cell.
Okay,
to
why
begin
did you give me
ignition
river
sequence.
blades? Notes? I'll take notes. This credits. Okay. Look around before they make me do stuff. Flamethrower?
Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition.
Oh, one thing I would say is you know when you're about to fight the final boss. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, I need a battery. There. Battery there. Okay. Flamethrower?
Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
My god. Okay. Take this. What was it? Right here?
Ignition sequence initiated. Please stand by.
So many enemies!
Ignition chamber.
Oh shit! Oh god.
Ignition check.
You guys crawling so fast!
Engines ready.
Give me heals! Why won't I need them? Give me heals! That's not anything? What do you give me? Fuck. Okay. Whatevs. Whatevs. It's fine. Okay, I don't need that. Oh my god. Now you see why they gave you the river blades? Yeah, I see it. I see why. I see why.
Please confirm ignition order.
Okay, schematics. Okay, am I ready? Am I ready? Return to the okay. Tram station. Tram station. How do I return? How do I back? Did he get hit once?
You did it.
You are right. You are right. Wait, there was one. No, it's fine. It's fine. We can miss one. It's fine. I'm not going back out there. I am not going back out there. Oh God.
Daniels, give me all the data you have.
Hammond.
Just course. Isaac, you disable the tram lockdown from engineering. I'll open up the bridge station. Meet me there. We need to work on this together.
Alright. Save the game. When is the end of chapter 3? I feel like I've been on this chapter so long. Yeah, a whole hour in this chapter. Okay. What? Is this the right way? Oh, it is. Okay. Alright. Nicole?
Nicole? I'm here. Nicole! Damn it.
Can you save it again? Gotta say though, number 2 has the worst scene. Chapter 2? Chapter 2 was the worst? Is that what you mean? Oh, Dead Space 2! Oh! I see, I see. Chapter 3 completed! God. Go to the bridge. Go to the bridge. Alright. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god.
Station now accessible.
What a fun
Thank
game.
you for your patience.
What a fun game. It's been 4 hours already? Sheesh! Oh my god. Where'd I go? Node? Bridge? Main objective?
Bridge.
Oh my god. There's a point where you had to time it to stick a needle in Isaac's eye? Like right through the pupil. What? That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh my god. Damn. Yes, you can mess it up. Does he die? Is it like, is the game over if you're like, or it's just uncomfortable, it's just eerie. It just feels wrong watching it. Ah, it just feels wrong.
Now
Yes.
arriving at the bridge.
Isaac, I'm looking at the ADS cannons. They're a mess. I'm gonna need your help. I am not losing the Ishimura. Not now.
The Ishimura hammer or the monk?
Ishimura.
That artifact they found?
Don't.
Yeah, he dies if you messed up and you have to do it all over again. Ah.
Didn't they? Isn't that why you're really here? Corporate
See,
would
I
have sent
see.
Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
And how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together, or it's over.
Then meet me at the captain's nest.
Has Isaac always
Daniels?
talked?
Fine.
But I feel like I have never heard him talk until now.
Getting some answers.
in the beginning, remember? He did? He did? Oh my god. Alright. We're gonna save it here. And I'm gonna finally end my stream. Alright, alright. Thank you all for coming by. Wait, thank you. Thank you all for dropping by. Thank you for all the resubs. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the raid, Whipple Wolf. Thank you everyone for coming by. I hope you have a good night, have a good day, have a good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Bye bye everyone.